Hello, good afternoon, boys and girls. I'm back for another streaming for Planeship Development. I hope you are fine. Let me launch the chat. I already advertised on different websites, so I think we should be ready to go. We can just wait maybe 1 minute to see if someone joins. It's always better for me, to have people with me through this journey. Hello, see someone join on Twitch. I think some players will join on YouTube. Let me just set up meanwhile. Okay. We can start. So we have a mission. And the mission is about what we call action locations. Action locations are actually a way to describe the world for the player, so that we can place some markers, let's call it, in the world on top of the standard static meshes and get a description out of it, or even better, run a script or use it as an entrance to some other places like guild houses and things like that. So we already did quite some work on action locations, and actually I need to update this list. Because it is our kind of mission, but I did already a lot of this. The only problem is that they are a bit too close to each other. But so Port Action Manager CPP, that one is 100% done. Well, there are still some pieces that I commented out, so it's not 100, but wow, I cannot. Okay. Prepare methods in player controller to call from BP. Well, I did a bit of that. I mean, it's not full, but I think it's okay. Create UI for listing actions. This one actually I did it off stream, so you probably didn't see it. But if I go and launch the editor meanwhile, I will show you what I did. So so that one I think we did okay. So we can say that this one is also done. Then create UI for editing. No, this one I didn't do, and so this is where we are at the moment. So we have to do this. Load players when loading window. Check if it's not done at the start. I don't remember what this thing means. Yes, players in the GM window. Okay, this is more for the GM window. This one, this one and that one are for the GM window. I think we may extend our mission also to the GM, but at the moment I'm not caring about it. So there are two other tabs in the same UI, which we can see here at the bottom right. And hello, Zwei. And these are players, actions, and attributes. At the moment we are focused on actions. So yeah, load the action when clicking on the UI. So this one is the one I did. So this one I think we can consider it done. And yeah, we can consider it done. Then we need to do the editing. Now, yeah, the UI for editing, and then we have the add new. Well, editing or adding new. I mean, this one is the same UI, so I think we are pretty close to that now. We're pretty close to that now because I was experimenting in another project which I have here, how to get a proper trace based on the mouse position. And actually, originally I was using get hit object for mouse cursor, something like that, and that one was not really working as expected, which is this one, get hit results on the cursor for object. So there is a post that I did on the forums asking for help, because actually this was not working properly for me. It was always returning the face index 0, but I don't think anyone answered, but I answered to myself after a bit, and I decided to do it differently. So I took another way to do it, using this other function, which is called convert mouse location to workspace, and this one seems to work pretty well. So if I go here and I show my mouse, you see my mouse here, and I use the this function now, you see that I get a proper trace, and also I get a proper face number, which is here. Maybe it's too small for you to see, but it's face number 6. So it's working okay. Obviously, if I rotate my camera, you will see that those lines are coming from the camera location, but it's perfectly fine. So it's exactly what we need. So it's okay. The only point is that I'm using a specific length of my ray. So if I go too far, I think my ray will not work anymore. Even if I say that, I think I have, how much I have? Maybe I have 100 meters. Okay, I have 100 meters. So for now it's super long. I mean, 100 meters is too much for sure for interacting, but it was just to to have an idea, to do a test. So what we need to do, we need to port this code that I did only on the sample project, this blueprint, move it to my main project, which is something that we can do pretty easily. I just need to remember where is that. I think that is inside player controller, or inside PS character. I don't remember. Let's see. Let's open PS character. I think there is the right mouse click. Should be in theory in player controller, but I think that for some reason is inside player character. I think we still have to clean up a bit the distinction between the two. Yeah, it is mouse trace. Yes, exactly. So this one was the one not working, unfortunately, but now with this new, here it is, right mouse. So here we are in the right mouse click, and the right mouse click is doing this mouse trace and select. So we're just trying to understand what is below our mouse at that particular point, and it was using this trace function, and this trace function was using this one, which is get it result under cursor, but this one is not working. So I can maybe put a comment and leave it here and saying this one is not returning the face index. So I'm not gonna use it because it's not returning the face index, and we need the face index. So what we're gonna use instead is, let me paste it, is this thing, right? So we get the player controller, we get the mouse location to workspace. Now here we need to decide what is the maximum size. Now I think the interaction, I think we have a variable somewhere that is telling us what is the maximum interaction. I just don't remember where I have it. I don't know if it's under messages where we have all the definitions. No. Or if it's in If he's in jam, by the way, jam should go one day. I hope we can remove it one day. Where are all the like chat range? PS const. Okay, I think we have a PS const. Yeah, I think it's this one. This contains all the constant of the game. Well, not all maybe, but many. There should be a range to. Here it is. Range to see actors, range to select, range to loot, range to use. Yeah, range to. So these are all the range. So it's about 4 or 5 meters all the time. I think we can have, we can have. I think if 4 meters to select, I think it's to loot and to use is 400. So I think we can use 400. Now I should expose. Sorry, I should expose one of those to blueprints, but a bit lazy, so I will just use 400. It will never anyway, it will never anyway be changed, I think. So it's kind of a fixed thing. So let's say distance to interact, right? So this will be the distance to interact, which is the 4 meters. So we are taking the direction, so the vector of the direction of the camera and the location. We are adding 4 meters, and we are then projecting from the world location of the mouse to this new location that we added 4 meters to, right, in the right direction. So this is basically the trace. Then we don't care about object type at this point. Ignore self is on by default, which is what we need. The bug trace, I would say we don't need at the moment. So do we need it? Okay, let's leave it. Let's see the for duration 5 seconds. Just I think it's okay. So we'll see it. Then here I need to get my hit result, and I need to have the hit location. I don't think I need my hit actor. Yeah, let's do it the same. So let's recombine the structure pin. So I will break it here, and this one we can remove. The hit I will go here and I will pass it to this function, and then I will have all these variables the same. In particular, I take the location, the hit actor, and then the face index we take it just out of this window. Okay. Don't remember what I'm doing here. I'm taking the location. Here I'm doing again I don't think it's needed. Hit within max range. Okay, so how do we use this? Hit within max range. Hit within max range. If it's not within range, yeah, we just get out of the thing. So is there a case? Basically, the question is there a case where we need to know that an item is there but actually is out of range? I don't think there is. Why is that we are returning the range? Out of range. We are returning the out of range. Don't understand exactly why. I mean, we are returning the out of range. We say out of range. To me, I don't know. Is okay. I mean, we can keep it, but it's not very needed. And at the moment I have 2 ranges. I have this one, the distance to interact, which is tracing my line, and then I have this one, and then I have the actual check, this check. So maybe we can, I mean, if we have no hit, I can just return this. I don't think I need hit within max range, hit, hit or no hit. I think you can just call it as hit or no hit, and that's okay. Without this max range thing, it's totally useless. It's totally useless. I would not use it. I mean, maybe it can be used in other occasions, but here I don't think is important. Okay, so we are doing this, which is nice. This one we keep it at the bottom just to remember that the one was not working. And we break our hit results and we send it back here, so I think that's fine. So let me just make it a bit more readable. Okay, and that's good. So we are returning that hit or no hit. Now here we are doing, we exclude ourselves, which by the way, you know, also this one is a bit stupid because we actually excluded self already here, so it will never hit myself. I think this check is useless. I mean, it's kind of nice to have because we know that we are kind of skipping it, but I think it's useless. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need that. Oops. Should I just do this and it's easier? Or, I have too many lines on this thing. I feel I have too many lines, but okay. Now, I think that's enough. So let me just, maybe the return node I can put it inside, not within range. So it's a bit clearer that that is the case. And then what? Well, then I have another check. So this one is calculating, okay, the emitter position in case, let me say, if actor or item calculates, right? So this is only in those two cases. So if it's a PS character or is a PS item actor. Hello, Gian, how are you? Welcome. So we're doing this, and then then I don't remember what I do here. I think I'm just taking the face index and I'm making the PS action location with the sector name, position, and polygon and mesh name. Okay, so here I'm building the query that then I will use. Why don't I have it here? No idea, I deleted it? Yeah, my bad. Okay, so basically here what we are doing, we are calling the server side to know if there is an action location at that particular position. So the method that we want to use is, so here I was very deep into the Unreal code because I was checking this tracing. I can close it now. So we can call close all of this. We have to call request map action location, I think, and then we need to pass as a message type. We need to pass in the query thing. Yeah, the idea is to trace 50 meters and then range to 15. Yeah, but I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, but I don't think I want to do that. I mean, I think I don't want to, say you are out of range or something. I would just like the player to go closer and click on it because it's a bit of a mini game into the game. It's kind of a small investigation game where you go around and try to see what you can interact with. So I would like to make it like an old adventure game, mouse adventure games where you would click on stuff and see if you can interact. So in this case, it's in 3D, but the concept is kind of the same. So you need to know, we need to see where to click. Okay, so I need to call this request map action location. This request map action location actually I think is only on as a in player controller. Yes. Yes. So we need to call. Yes. 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 So we need to call similarly to this. The difference. Why I have no parameters here? List query. I can reuse the same function. No, why I need? I mean, I can make multiple functions, so I can reuse the same one with different parameters. Where the parameters is this list query and the action location. Yeah, absolutely. I think I will use the same one. Yeah, we use the same one. Big time, big time, big time. So let's do this. So I will have two parameters, which are actually these two, and no, wait. So this one I want to do it before I call this function. Yeah, I can do that. So I can use this in the call coming here because there is a call actually. Yeah, I can use it here. So we make it more generic. I think it's better. I can do this and this. Then we will have to figure out what was it? Was list query, huh? I think it was list query. Then we will have to figure out the whole sector idea, but the sector idea we will figure it out another day, not now. Pin action, named action doesn't exist as parameter, I think because it didn't compile yet. And so since I didn't compile, it doesn't know that Planescape Player Controller has that new variable. Right? In fact, now it works okay. So we will use this. It is executed on server. So now we gained a lot of space. Wow. Wow. We made this way better. And now it's also generic. So we can call the same function for multiple needs. Right, so let me put my player controller here. So now what we can do, we have to call this request map action location on PC from here, right? So we need to, oops, now I copied this one, which is not good. I think I closed the GM window, huh? But anyway. Yeah, we just need to do this in the same way here. And then I will make a box with a description, because at the moment I understand it's not very clear. So here we are in PS character, we are just getting our player controller. By the way, I'm doing this thing all the time, but it's pretty stupid because I have a variable which is called Planescape Player Controller Ref, which is set up at the beginning. So I should remove all these nodes, you know, and always use this variable which is set for me at the beginning. I just forget that I have it, and so sometimes I'm just calling get player controller. But if you see it, remind me, and we can just use this variable which is set on the pawn when it's basically loading up. So is much easier to do unless we are going to possess another pawn. No, I think this one will still be valid anyway. Will still be valid because it's connected to the player itself. By the way, Gion, in which time zone are you? I think I wrote you in Discord, but then I solved the problem myself. So don't, I mean, disregard my message because I solved it already. I will type it. Okay, so here I was, yeah, I have all these printout. I don't know if I really need all these printouts, but get object name, id actor trace. Actually, I can take it from here. Since I have to use the face name, let's take it from here. This one goes here and there. Okay, so maybe I can put it here in the middle. And this one is the hit actor location. Also, this one I can take from here. So I don't need to, because I have anyway my hit result. So this one will never be used. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's okay. So basically, this one, what it's doing is to call my. Yeah, we can do this print just for fun. But in reality, what I want to do is to call this function here, right? I want to call this function here. Oops. I want to call this function, and what I want to pass in. I think what we want to pass in is query, which is the one that is actually searching for a new action location at that point. Query using all accepts ID and response. Yes, exactly. Is this one. So we want to use query, and as an action info we can put this one, and at the moment we use sector npc room, but we will change it. Hello, Inodopun BL41 Glue. I've seen your playing ship channel here on Twitch. Yay. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? You are GMT +1? Okay. My favorite type of stream are engine live stream, host writing. I'm about to design banners icon overlap for your channel. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to design some stuff, we can put it on the Twitch stream, or we can put it also on the YouTube stream. Why not? In terms of icons, I think we already have some material, but is the one that we have in Discord, for example. So maybe we can reuse that, or we can just make a new one. But if you look at the Discord one, is you know, I think if you go this board point shift, this icon, I think this icon is pretty good. Is under this board, which is the the Discord location of things, and then plane shift is pointing to our channel. Thank you for that. If you want to do it, it would be nice. That would be nice. Okay, so what we do in this section is, and let me maybe put a comment all around it. is to query for a new action location. So query for existing action location at the mouse position, or under the mouse position. Okay, so we query for an existing action location, and if it's there, we are gonna pop up an interact menu. I think we'll use the same technique. Yeah, anyway, let's see what happens. So here the parameters that I'm passing are the NPC room, the mesh name, the polygon. I hope the mesh name is correct, but I think it is. The polygon, the position, and such. Now, this I think we return empty because in our database today we don't have. But I think we can define it with the add new. Right? And then I think the idea is if you have the GM panel shown, so if the GM panel is visible, it's basically popping up an edit window to allow you to enter a new action location. You were online 5 minutes before your message. Wow, you can see the future. Okay, so let me just understand where I'm going here. So this return node. Okay, I don't like too much this return node being so far away, but okay, I think we will live with that. Okay, so this one should tell us if there is actually an action location. Now the problem is, if there is, and I'm returning, from this function, which is mouse trace and select, and I return an actor, that's definitely a problem because in this case is not an actor, in this case is an action location, and I think that this may so what do? We add a new parameter. Yeah, maybe we add a new parameter, where the point is that this thing will be asynchronous, right? Because this one is going server side, is calling this function, and then this function is going to come back at a later date. So for me, it makes no sense to exit from here. The trace will return an actor, but this actor will be a static mesh. Yeah, but I think it's fine anyway. So we return from here, from mouse trace and select, right, with an actor. Now this actor will not be a PS character, will not be a PS item actor, but will be something else. So an action location. So maybe what I can say is should I care about this? No, because this anyway will go through this and fail, so it's okay. So it will basically exit from here, so there will be no default on the actor itself, and yeah, I think it's fine. I think we can just let it fail. It will fail here. And we can maybe add a comment just to say that action locations managed action location will return with no will let's say for action location server will send a message. And the message that it will send will be I think we need a new event. We need a new event that can be called by we need a new event. We actually need a bunch of new events. We need one for the creation. So receive action location, let's call it examine, right? Because today when you right click, you cannot do anything else than, well, no, depends. If it's a container, you can do more stuff. So actually, I think we need to, let's do receive action location examine or context menu, or because what it's doing here is popping up a context menu where you can then look at the action location or interact with it or use it. Like if it's a door, you will be able to open it and close it. I would call it context menu, but I'm not completely sure that's the right way, because we actually have it already. We have a function which is the one that we use when we right click on objects when they are actors. So in that case, how do we do it? Let me see, because I don't want to do something if there is already another place where okay, default, okay, pick up, okay, show interact window, okay, so yeah, it's showing, so is actually here, it's actually doing it. It's actually doing it here directly, because it is show, you see, show interact window, player, NPC, and item. Why I don't have also action location? Interact UI types. I think we need to add a new one here, and I can just do it here. The problem is to know, well, I can have a new parameter coming out of my mouse trace and select, and check it, and then here call in the same way, or the default, which is the description, or the interact window. I think they would be much better, right? Instead of creating a new function, because I'm already, here I'm already in the right place. I already did the trace, so I'm already sure what's below me. The problem is that this will be asynchronous. No, I cannot do it for action locations, because this will be asynchronous anyway. No. Let me see the show interact window, how it works. Show interact window is going server side or no? Custom event, get mouse scale DPI, set time and interact. So no, it's just popping up the thing. I don't set up interact UI buttons. Holy moly. Yeah. There is for NPC and there is for players and there is for items. Yeah, there is this thing. But this thing is done directly because he knows what is the difference? The difference is that here he knows which kind of icons he need to show, right? Because we have let's say replicated client side all the attributes that we need to identify which are the icons I want to show. And so I can directly work on the client side, right? I can directly work on the client side. The problem I have with action locations is that I don't have that replicated client side, and so I need to actually do this asynchronous call, and I need the server to send me something, and then I will pop up, I will pop up the thing. The only problem I have at that point is that I cannot use anymore this technique of the menu getting visualized based on the time. Yeah. Because I need the server to respond. I need the server to respond, which is a bit annoying, but it's okay for now. Yeah, I need to, because it's asynchronous, and that's the problem. For action locations, it's synchronous. Wow, this worked, bro. So the server will send. So the server will send a message. So the server will send a message to pop up the interact window. Yeah, no, it's not great because it's not the same as the other one. I mean, it's not the same as the others, like these ones, but I don't think I can do it differently. I think I have to do it this way. So this means that, like I was doing here, I need to create an interact window for action locations. Now the problem is, what are the buttons that I have to display? Now the buttons I have to display, I think I can take it from when we do the query, right? When we do the query, which is actually this guy, I do the select and select query. Let me just check what I do here. And I think I'm doing all the checks. Was working with instances, yes, I know. So we're doing all the check to see which one is the actual location. Okay. And we return handled, but we also process the matches. So in this function, we also do the processing of the matches, which is, there it is, handle examine operation. Okay, in reality, I'm already doing it inside a query. Okay, so handle examine operation. Create entity on client. I don't think so. Set the target object. I don't think so. Find reality may exist. Maybe. Invoke interaction menu. Here it is. So maybe we can put here, server will send a message to pop up the interact window through. I know it's a bit verbose, but who cares? Comments are always useful. Through this function, action manager and examine operation. Okay, so it's sending it's sending the pop-up menu through this, and there is the part that I didn't convert yet. You see, invoke interaction menu. So GUI interact message examine action location. Okay, so let me do something because I need to put some bookmarks, otherwise I will never find my way out of this. So go to definition. Okay, process matches. Okay, handle examine. Okay, so let me put a bookmark here. Right, let me remove the other bookmarks I have. Okay, so we have a bookmark here now. Now this one, I should compare it with the other examine operation that we do for the other items, right? Because it's exactly the same. So when I right click, and I ask for the pop-up menu, I think I never did that in the, yeah, I think I need to do it here. I need to do it here. Okay, let's try to see this code, okay? Because I think this code is exactly what we need. This code is exactly what we need. The problem is that I think we don't have any of this, because at the moment we are figuring out which icons to pop up based on but all of this, examine, enter locked, unlock, lock, enter, play game, use, combine, construct, holy shit, there's so many, and close, all these ones are actually options that we can, or icons that we can pop up in the right context menu, right mouse button context menu. So in theory are the ones that we see here. Set icon for interact UI, with the difference that here they are hard coded, right? I'm just thinking if I should go in this function and then do a switch. Yeah, I would like to keep everything here. I don't want to create a new one, you know. I want to create. Okay, so let's do this. So let's extend these interact UI types. Interact UI types. Okay, let's add a new value, and this new value will be interact action location, right? Description same. Okay, so we do this. Yes, check it out. Then here you see we have a new one already. Great. Now the problem will be that I will come from the server side, and I will have to wow, so many functions here, boys. Maybe I should remember to close some of these functions, otherwise I lose my way around it, you know. Set icon for interact UI. What is this? I think there is a sub function of this. No, but I was not here. I was in exactly. I was here inside the debut interaction. Okay, so here we do the setup. So do we want to call this? I think the best will be if we can call this will be great. If we can call this one, I think will be the best. Show interact window. Yeah, we should call exactly the same function. So we keep everything in the same. Okay, so this is the function we want to call. Okay. The difference is that I will have to pass through not only the object but also the icon. So I think I need to change this one a bit more because I need to have a bitwise of all of this. I think we did it already, right? We did already under messages. I think we did something like that. On under PS cons, I think we did a bitwise operations somewhere already. Because now we need it. Yeah, like we have it in the flags, in the flags of our we have it in the flags of our objects. I just don't know if I ever did it in a blueprint, but I think I did. I just have to remember where I did it. No, doesn't look like he's here. Because we can have multiple, right? And considering we can have multiple, the bet is to use. How did I do this? I did it somewhere. I'm pretty sure, 100% sure I did it. Just trying to remember where. What is the name of the thingy? It's really called bitwise, right? So if it's called bitwise, then we can search bitwise. I did it in the vitals. Okay, good. I did it in the vitals. The problem is that this was a bit of our coded list, but I think it's fine. Can I have a bitwise with because I remember I did some is there a bit mask object? Bit mask flag. It is interesting. Bitmask flag. When enabled, this enumeration can be used as a set of explicitly named bitmask flag. Each enumeration value will correspond to the index of the bit flag in the mask. This equates to the bitmask metadata in the C++ code. So like yeah, I think I want to try to do it because I think I never did it in. Click on the node. Okay, now this I understand. Okay. Bitmask. C++. But I want to create it in C++, otherwise I will not be able to see it on the server side and it's annoying. beat flag, meta beat flags. Why is so complicated? I submitted a bug report between the description between C++ and BP beat mask. Okay, it was in 16. Maybe they fixed it now. They fixed it long time ago, so now it should be okay. So I think now it should be okay. Okay, so I would like to create. Let's try. I would like to create this bit mask or the bit flags, how it's called, to store because I think we can reuse it also for the vitals and remove this freaking shit I did here. Because this one is really so. But anyway, well, I don't want to touch that part of the code now. But what I'm saying is that maybe we can add new type. So should we do it in messages or should we do it in our action manager? Maybe considering it's only here in action manager, maybe we can do it here in the H file of action manager. What do you think? Actually, I don't have any enumeration here. I think all the enumeration I have in messages because are the one that I use to send the client to server, so that's why they are all here. Good question. I don't know. You can always move it. Let's put it here next to the other action location stuff. Okay, so in theory, what is this guy saying? So we need to do so this beat flag thing. So enum blueprint type meta beat flags, and then you have all your beat flags. Display name beat flag 1, beat flag 2, beat flag 3. So in our case will be EPS go interact message. EPS, come on. By the way, do I already have defined this somewhere else? I hope not, but and I don't give him any type, huh? So it's without a type. Okay, it's without a type. And then here I can call this thing as I want. So the things I want are like examine, interlocked. No, wait a second. Let me copy it from this shit because let me copy it from the original one so we have the same sequence, the same, you know. If I just redo it, let me copy it from the old thing, from the old code. So we do it exactly the same way. And also we have the full list, by the way. Okay. I think it's this thing. It's called UI, graphical UI options. And it's this whole thing. And these are the values, right? So where I do specify the values 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4, 8, 10. I mean, it's going decimal or it's going X or it's going whatever. Because in theory, I need to put this list. You know? Is it taking... Can you do it like this? Okay. Can you do it with those values or no? Yeah, the problem is now I have to change all of this. Holy moly. Okay, I will do it one day. One day I will do it. Let me see if he likes it or no. Expected. What do you mean expected? Okay, let me simplify 1 second. Otherwise, it will take us forever to test if it works or not. Let's just do it 2. He doesn't like this number, eh? I think I can just say 1 and 2, right? Do you like it or no? What is expecting? What is... Doesn't pop up any errors, so maybe now it's okay. Yeah, I think it doesn't like this notation, but for us it's fine. We just remove the x 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I think it's fine, so we can do it like this and see if it's working with so 4, 8, oops, 8, 10, 20. Do you think it's working this way? I have no idea. 80, because my 100, 200, 400, 800, 1000, 1000, 4000, 8000, 20,000, 40,000, 80,000. Wow. 100,000. It's easier for me not to remove this. I don't know if those numbers are considered properly or not. Probably not. We'll see. Okay, so basically now this guy will become a bit flag enumeration, which I should be able to see also from blueprints, and I should be able to manipulate this when I... So at this point from the code, when I'm here, right, I should be able to do the same thing. So I should be able to say enum message options, and then EPS GUI message examine, right? And then why is not liking it? Because I'm not in anything from messages, maybe. Oh, I'm in anything from messages. And then I can do options or this. Does it make sense to you? Assuming I can do it this way, which I don't know. Probably not. Let me try to compile and see what it says, okay? This simple project I don't need anymore. What happened? Okay. Let me try to compile 1 second. I mean, we have a lot of errors, but I just want to see if he accepts this kind of syntax. I think this operator is not working for him, so I think we have probably another way to do this. I think we must have another operator for the bitwise operations. No, it seems to be the same. Bit task mask, this, bit flag, yeah. It seems to be the same. Why is saying that is not? Seems to be identical to this one. Hmm. EPS GUI interact message does not have a zero entry. Okay. So we need a zero entry somewhere. We need a zero entry. Okay, I can do a none. I can do a none, which is 0. And I mean, it will never be used, but if you really want it, okay, fine. We can add a zero flag, a zero thing. Easy. By the way, I didn't change the title of the. Didn't change the title of the Twitch. It'd be nice if there would be a way to do it automatically, but I think there is not. So. Let me try to change. If I go on Twitch, plane shift, I'm connected as me, yes. Video producer, stream manager, edit info, edit stream info, and we call it like this. Okay. Do I save? Okay, I just updated the name because actually it was a bad name. Attack redefinition. What the hell? is in a completely different enumeration. Why is complaining? Okay. We can call it entity attack, or because the other one is inside scripting and is a trigger type, so it's nothing to do with maybe the best would be to rename those ones to have like trigger attack, trigger defense, trigger move, trigger deadly, but I don't want to touch this code because scripting is a pretty nasty class. I don't want to go into that. So maybe I will just change my attack. Okay, so we can call it attack UI or attack command. Let's call it attack command. Let's see. Attack command seems reasonable to me. I don't know why it's doing this between different enumerations. I mean, it's a value of a completely different enumeration. Why is complaining about it? Maybe there will be others. Maybe. I was thinking to start to test packaging the client and maybe create a version. First of all, see how big it is. I think it would be like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 gigabytes, which may be annoying to download for people, but I don't think I have a simpler way at the moment. Wow, we are getting 1 million errors, but he really doesn't like the operator. Why doesn't like the operator? Strange, boys. Why doesn't like the operator, which is exactly this one that we have in the examples? Do I have to define it myself or what? Can we get another example of these bit masks, bit flags? Because I think that we are not using the right thingy. Let me try to search an example of bit mask bit flags, because I think we are not doing it right. No, I need an example. Should we watch this video? Nah, but it is done all in blueprints. We want it in C++. Ah, He's always pointing to that video. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what I'm clicking on, but it is an example, I think. Bitmask test, so where it's defining this bitmask, but it's not using, it's using the bit flags, but I don't see where it's setting bit flags, static casting 32. It's doing something very weird. It's casting 32 and then it's moving it to the left 1, shift 1 bit corresponding to the new value. I wanted to be able to do hash flags. What is this hash flags coming from? Do you see hash flags is here? Hash flags. It's a bit weird though. I can check the generated and see what it's doing for my. Let's open the generated 1 second and see inside the generated. No. It's not here. It didn't manage to generate it actually. Generated this thing. I don't see where its setting is as a bit flags, but this thing is not easy to use. Huh? I was expecting it to be easier to use, these bit flags. We just need a working example, that's what we need. How to use C++ bit field Bismack in Unreal. Okay, that's very nice. Thank you. You define your enumeration. So enumeration blueprint type bit flags. In this case, it's putting the uint 8 anyway into the. It's using this notation like I was doing. Here it is. Enum class flag ek draw cursor state, very important for you to create. Okay, this is the one that we were missing. Actually, this is the one that we were missing. So we need this of our. By the way, I don't know why he's using uint 8, but I think we can use uint 8 as well. I mean, I prefer to have a type specified. And by the way, it's using enum class and not enum, so which I think is the way we did it in the past as well. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And then it's using the bit flags, not just the number. So I think I have to put it back how it was. Fuck, that's annoying. I just removed it. I just removed it, boys. I have to redo it. Because I don't know if it's just taking the numbers or and understanding that since it's a bit flag, he has to consider those numbers as bit flags or no. That I have no idea. But to me, it should be like this. I mean, like it was originally, you know? I think, yeah, it should be like this. 200, I mean, it will take me 2 seconds. It's not too much of a pain. I mean, it's not, it's better we have to redo it, but it's okay. You know, it is a trial and error sometimes when you are trying to do something that you never did, so. 2,000, 4,000, 8,000. We are getting there, we are getting there. Lock. Interlocked. Back. Oops. 4, 8. Construct. I hope now it doesn't give an error in compilation saying, no, sorry, you have to put back the numbers. Ah! That would be annoying, huh? Okay, so let me see if I compile now what it says, because I think this was the one that we were missing. This enum class flags was the one that we were missing for generating the operators in our class. In fact, when I checked the generated, I was just trying to find it out. So if it was adding, maybe we can check it again now and see. I think I have too many windows open. It says one failed. Doesn't like it. Why does not like it? Let me see if it's identical to the example, because I think this one was a good example. So u enum blueprint type meta equal bit flags. Enum blueprint type, okay. Enum class my class, then u int 8. Then I have my value equal to that, and then u meta display name. This display name, and then at the end, oh, we put it outside of the class. Okay. If this one has to go outside, strangely enough. Okay. Fine. I think it's okay. It's compiling. Still failed, but It doesn't like these numbers. Why? Because it's uint 8 and is not enough? What do you mean? I think if I don't place it, by default will be uint 8 anyway. Okay. Let me see if I only use up to here, for example. Like we are exceeding the maximum numbers. I don't know. That error was a bit weird. If I cannot do it like this, it's a pity though, because I wanted to do it. Yeah, it seems it's compiling now, so it went further, I think. It's pretty annoying if I can only do. Yeah, but I think now it's just complaining that they don't exist, you know, in the enumerator. But now he got it, so looks like our uint 8 cannot sustain all these numbers. That's annoying. Why? So only uint 8 is supported, and I cannot. From 0 to 255 is uint 8. That's pretty shitty. From 0 to 255. So you can do bitwise 1, 2, 3, 4, and then when it arrives to combine. I think combine is the one that is triggering off. Yeah. Yeah. Which makes sense. Makes sense, but how do I solve this? How do I solve this? So it means that I can only have 10 of these values in one enumerator. It sounds a bit weird to me. No, this one was the good one. No, this one was not good. Do you have an idea how to solve this? Two results in the whole internet. Oh. 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 I mean, having 10 values maximum sounds pretty stupid to me. What do you think? Do you have another idea how to do this? I mean, I need this list. There's no way. I need this list. I need this list. I think we are stuck on this thing, boys. I think we are kind of stuck because I cannot get my enumeration right. So, or I do three enumerations instead of one, each one of 10 values. Or I just have it as a normal, as a normal. This is annoying. Why is there another way to do it? I think this one was pretty good. This one that we found, this one is very good. The problem is that it doesn't tell you. I would like to write to this guy. Yeah, but a bit mask. If I do, the problem is that it's a bit mask, right? So if I do 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2, 4, they will overlap, right? I think that's the problem, no? I mean, usually you do bit 1, 2, 4, 8, 10, 20, 48. So this is how we always did it. You have in your code 1, 2, 3 with normal numbers. I mean, I can try, but I can try to put just 1, 2, 3, you know. But do you use zero x 000 notation, or do you just have a normal number? What if I don't place any number? Am I required to put a number or no? I think I'm required, because when I didn't, I think I'm required to put a number. It's not Unreal Engine. Hmm. You have 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 4, 0, 0, 10, right? Yes, but this means that you maximum have, this means that you can maximum have 10 values, right? You maximum have 10 values. Then if you need to have 11 or 12, you go out of range of the uint 8. Because here where it's failing is failing on 512, which is this one. So from this one down, it doesn't like it. So it means that a maximum you can have 10, which seems a bit weird, you know, to have maximum 10. Yeah, but having an enumeration with 10 values, how big are your enumerations? You have an enumeration of more than 10 elements or no? Because you have up to here, you have 8, 10, 20, 40, 80, right? And then 100. And after 100, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But you see this one, for example, this one is not using class, it's not using, maybe it's an old one, I don't know, maybe it's very old code. It's not using a so a normal enumeration will do it and not bit flags. You say? So what should I do? I should just go for a normal enumeration, but then it means I cannot flag, I cannot, I cannot merge them. So normal enumeration, can I still add two numbers, two values? Yes, I think I can. Because like in our code, for example, under PS item, right? PS item is a good example. PS item has, I think PS item has a bunch of flags, right? Like this ones, for example. PS item flag purified. You see all this? Actually, this is done a bit differently. It is done with the define. I don't know why, but this is, done like this, and then I don't know exactly how it's done, but I think we are just, yeah, you see, we are just doing something like that. Flags and this one to return if it's lockable or not. So the BP enumeration is okay. So I can just create a standard enumeration. The problem is that I will not see it from the blueprints. So if I just do a normal enumeration, okay? Normal enumeration, which is exactly the same stuff. I will have to remove all the U meta, obviously, but okay. And this normal enumeration will then be used with bit flags. And then maybe I have a C++ function to do the check to avoid, to avoid a big graph in blueprint doing all these checks, if it's this or this or this or this or this. I think it would be annoying. I don't like this. But anyway, if there is no other way, I think we can just leave it as this, just as a normal enumeration. So this one will not be seen from the blueprints, and I will have to convert it to an integer, and then just do the same stuff I was doing for the vitals, because for the vitals I'm doing the same. For the if I go to the vitals, I'm doing the same. I already have, server vitals. I already have a flag, this dirty flag and such, which is exactly done in the same way. You see, and then I'm doing if status dirty and dirty viral XP rate. So I'm checking if this flag list has this thing. The problem is that in the blueprint, then since I cannot see it, I will have to consider it an int, an integer number, in this receive vital update, right? And this stats dirty. And then what I'm doing, there is a big graph which is saying if is 2, if is 4, if is 5, if is 10, and it becomes a freaking mess. But it is exactly what I'm doing here. This stat30 is actually an integer. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm doing the same. Okay, I think there is no way we will do it this way. If there is no other way, it's okay. We can do it this way. I think it's fine. If there is no solution, I don't know why they decided to have a maximum int 8, but okay, they decided this way. So we cannot do anything different. By the way, I think we can then clean up also other parts of the code, because so if I do it this way, so which is a simple enumeration, not a blueprint one, I think now at least the part for the flags will compile, and then I will on the client side just treat it as an integer. So if this goes in, then while it's compiling, then here, yes, we have some missing functionality. We have some missing functionality. Yeah, now it doesn't take my operator anymore, but it's okay. So I think we can do the same as we do for the vitals. So we just how do we do it? But here it kind of works, huh? It's only an unsigned int. Ah, yes, because here there must be an unsigned int. Exactly. So if I keep it as an int, then it works. If I keep it as an enumeration, it cannot do it. Right? So now all these ones are okay. Now the problem is that we have a number of function that were originally declared on real item, which I have to go and check what it was. But I think they are on. Let me go to declaration. Security lock is under gem. Go to definition, is under gem item. Under gem item, and it was checking item data is security log. So actually I think we can directly go to item data if item data is available. I think I have a get item data, or I have I don't remember if I have a get item data directly. Get data, get item. Okay. I think I have get item and get item data. So, and is security locked should be there. It's called slightly different. It's called get is security locked. Yes, exactly. And then is lockable, is get is lockable. So it's pretty much the same. No. So I think I can just call the underlying, and is locked This get is locked, so I think I just call the underlying object and retrieve the value. Now we will have to be sure that get item data is not null, otherwise this will crash like so easy. I think all this are get. Yes. Okay, so here we are basically building our flags, the set of flags that is needed to be sent to the client side in Interact UI for our action location. Then here we are just sending this message. Now I think this is message we don't have yet. Is all the old code ported? Well, not all no. No, is, let's say, the majority, I think, server side. The majority server side is, but no, there is still a lot. There is still quite a bit. If you look like in our roadmap, and if you look at the managers, all the ones that are missing, this is all managers that we are missing to port. So like the actual manager is the one that I'm working on at the moment, and I would say it's 90% ported, but like we are missing advice manager, economy manager, GM event, hide, all this stuff is still classes that we have in the old code, which has not been ported to the new. But let's say anyway, these are not core classes, so we can live without maybe for the first release, right? So that's the point, but. I'm just searching if we already have request item detail, receiver team detail, look interaction. Actually, we don't have one dedicated to that. We don't have, so I think we can create a new one, right? Which I think is exactly this one I was creating. Receive action location interact window. I think it's this one. And this one should take as parameters, that's the big question, what it should take. Well, the client, no, because we do it automatically. The client is the player controller, so it's fine, we don't need it. And the options, so basically we need only the options. We need only the options, right? So the options is uint, which I don't know if he likes or not. Let me just say, which are the options, right? And I was just checking if also the int has to be a const, but it seems not. So when I'm here, then I need to do I need to get my client thing. I need to get my player controller base, player controller, whatever, this thing. Yes, exactly this thing. And this and options, right? And this thing I think I can remove. So okay, so we spent a bit of time to understand that thing, but so we will see if this crashes. but in theory should not find a real item. So I should immediately bail out from here and bail out from here. And so it should go directly yeah, here. So it will add only the close option and the examine option, which is the default, right? So that's good. I think that's good. I think that is good. I think it is good. So let's recompile it and see. Gian, I have a question for you if you are here. I don't know if you are still listening, but one issue that I have many times is that my DLLs are not properly recompiled. So it's recompiling UEditor PS Unreal, right? Like now, you see that it's recompiling it, but it's not recompiling. No, the opposite. Sorry, it's recompiling. Well, let's see what it does now. But it's recompiling one of the two DLLs, not both of them, right? And and I don't know why. I mean, it's not smart enough to recognize that it needs to recompile also the other DLL. And so basically I have to manually delete it, and then it will ask me to recompile. I don't know why. Why is not recompiling it automatically? I'm really surprised about that. I think this one, Win64 debug game, is the one that it recompiles, while the PS Unreal DLL is the one that it does not recompile. And I have to delete manually, and then he asks me, when I launch the editor, he asks me to recompile with a pop-up window. As the active configuration, I have debug game editor, right? Debug game editor. So I'm launching it through the editor. Debug game. You see, like now, okay, now it succeeded. Okay, so now it recompiled. It recompiled debug game DLL, but it did not recompile PS Unreal DLL. So if I launch now the editor, I will have the old code. 100% I will have the old code. The only way for me is to delete this, like I'm doing now. Then when I start the editor, it pops up a window, this one saying, hey, the following modules are missing, do you like to compile? I say yes, and then finally it's creating, the new DLL for the editor. But why is not compiling both at the beginning? Why is not compiling both in Visual Studio? This is what I don't understand. If I have debug game editor selected, so editor is the one that goes through the editor, right? So it should be okay. Why is not compiling debug game editor? Does it happen to you as well or not? Or it happens only to me? I mean, it's not too much of a problem because I just delete it all the time, but it's annoying, to have to do something manually when he knows that something has been changed and he's not changing it automatically. I don't know why. He cannot compile both? I don't know why. Why cannot? If it's changed, it should update the DLL. It should update the DLL that is not compiled. Okay, so now we have the server side, which is in good shape, hopefully, right? Because we have all the functions. We have all the functions, yes, to request our action location, right? So if I go back to my PS character, it's opening. The first time you click on something in the editor, it takes a long time, but okay, it's up now. Yeah, you see here we were doing the same. Here we were doing the same in terms of checking. So here we were basically manually checking that my int value is respecting one of these flags. You see this huge thing 1483264, this list. We were manually checking that this is actually part of the So because we don't have the bitwise that goes up to this value, and so we were doing it manually. It's a bit stupid. And by the way, here we did it differently because we did 148163264, right? Don't know exactly that integer how will come out, but we will see very soon. Okay, so basically now we have our trace. Yes, we have our trace, and we said that we said what? That we come out of here, mouse trace. I think it closed it. Yeah, it closed it. I don't know why sometimes it's closing the stuff that you need. The right click is here. Yes, exactly. So here we said that action manager and examine operation. If already compiled and you launch the editor directly, will not compile when you change the code. Yeah, but I was just wondering why it's not compiling both DLLs. Why I have to delete it myself? I don't get it. I don't understand why I have to delete it myself. But okay, I can't. If there is no solution, it's fine. I will delete it myself manually. Okay, so we got from the trace, right? From the trace, we get the request. We request this map location with query. So this one is going server side and is entering with a query. So this one is going in our action manager. Handle something, handle map action. Yes, it's going here, and here is handling query. So he's entering into handle query message, and handle query message. Come on, it's down here. It's 10 lines below you. Handle query message is doing this handle select query, which is going to call, right, to do the process, and then to call my, to do the process matches, and process matches is doing handle examine operation, and the examine operation is then calling this thing, receive action location interact window. Okay, so I think we can put this here, which now it should be available. Yes, in fact you see it's available because we compiled it. So this one is coming server side. We need to create a similar one client side because we need to switch. So we can say on client, right, like we do many cases. This one should be replicated on owning client and reliable. And in terms of parameters, should just get my options, which is an integer value, right? And then we need to call this thing and pass these options. Okay, so we're just calling it. Now when we called it, we need to go to our I think I would like to do all the parsing inside the action location window. I think is the best. So we need to take the pointer to the win GM, right? So this is our window, and we need to create a new method which we don't have yet. We need to create a new method here, which is by the way, this one, yeah, I think we can do it because this one is the father window, but then we will have one dedicated to. Do I want to do it here? No, I don't think I want to do it here. I think I want to call directly. We said we needed to call the show interact window, right? We said we needed to call show interact. Yes. Show interact window. This is the one we need to call. The problem is the problem. Okay, we can just do get pawn or whatever it is. Right, and casu plane shift something. And then from here we can have our show interact. No? PS character BP, show interact window. No? Show interact window is actually inside W container. Okay, that's even easier then, because W container, I have it here. I thought it was inside the home, but it's not. So show interact window, okay, fine. The problem is that this one, yes, we can select action location now, which is nice, but we can select interact action location, but do we have the action location? Actually, I think we should pass in the action location itself, no? Because otherwise what we do, we just show up the menu. I think we need to send out at least the ID, because in our options we will, no, yeah, absolutely, we need at least to show the ID. Why was not in this list? We only had the options here. How does it know how to do it? Handle examine operation is impossible. It's the handle examine operation. He was only sending the options. Because he was doing the trick of setting the He was doing the trick of setting the real item here, of setting the setting the target, this one, because it's basically setting the target to the action location, which now for us it does not exist. For us it does not exist. So I think we can just pass in the ID. I don't really care about, setting a target on something that does not exist. Even if then when I use it, when I open it, no, it's okay because we can still use the ID. If we know there is an actual location, I think we are fine. So actually I need this function to be slightly different. I need receive action location interact window. I need to have the what if we pass in the wall structure? Do we need it? I'm thinking if we should pass in a wall FPS action location, which will have the ID, the name, the sector. It will not have the I think we need only the ID because then when we examine we go back server side again. Now it's a bit stupid because we could just send all the information at least for the examine, Yeah, maybe it's the best. Maybe it's best if we just pass in at least for the examine we can pass in the name and the response. Why not? The problem is how do we know that it's only an examine? Yeah, because we collect all the flags, send them client side. One can be examine, one can be use, one can be construct. He creates the three buttons. He creates the three buttons on the UI, and then when you click on one, you will call again the examine function, which will go server side again, collect the description, and send it back. Right? So, but I think that is the way it works because if I want to get the description, right? Handle query message, handle use, handle select, handle find action. I think it's going through the standard examiner. I think it's going through the standard examine. And probably, yeah. I think the examine is going through the standard examine and just doing a special case if it's an action location. Let me just check. There should be no. I think it's this one. Look interaction on items, request item details interaction, receive item details, return the description of a single item. What is the difference between the two really? No idea. Request and receive. Okay, this is the one going down and this is the one coming back from the server. Okay, perfect. So is this one, is this one, is this one. So this one Is assuming if there is no target. Is assuming there is an item. Okay, this is the problem. Container ID. I think we can pass in. I think we can pass in the action location ID in addition to this, and in our view item, because here is where we do it, right? In our view item, I think we must have. Here it is. Action location. Yeah. You see. Check if it's a container and blah blah blah. Find action container. We pass it as container ID. Okay. So we can pass in container ID the action location name. Okay, I think it's good. I think I understood how it's doing it. So it's doing it exactly in the same way. So the only thing that we need is the ID of the action location to pass back to the server after we clicked on it. Okay. So the point will be, how does it know that it's an action location? Well, I think in the menu that I pop up, I can specify it somehow, right? I can have his action location boolean somewhere. Okay. So sorry, I'm just passing in my mind, all the steps that I need to do, but basically what I need to do, I need to change. Let me close this. Because we need to recompile. I need to pass in an additional parameter, which is the action location ID. And this one is when I do receive action location interact window. I need also the ID of the action location. Action ID, let's call it. Okay. Action ID actually should be lowercase. Okay. So this one now will be a bit easier for us, because we don't care about the real item actually at the moment. I think that maybe we may pass in the real item in the future. If there is a real item, because if there is a real item associated, for example, when I will have to lock something, because this real item is a PS item actor. There is a PS item actor. So you know what? I think we will pass in the two things. We will pass in the action location ID and the real item if it exists. Okay, if it exists. If it doesn't exist, we will just not do anything. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. So we will do ID. Then we will do this one. This one really needs to be a const and all that jazz. Come on. We have another one where I'm passing just like this, not const. Okay. So okay. So we will have the ID and then the real item if it exists. Okay. So the real item is here, and the ID, I think we can take it from action. I think there is action. We can have something like get ID or something. If we can do it. There should be a get ID or just ID. It's protected, I think. No, it's public. Okay. ID. Okay. Okay, so now on the client side, we will have the ID and the real item to which this on which they we clicked on. So we will be able to visualize the interact menu with the two icons, and then when we click on one, we can go back server side with the right information, being the actual item or the ID. Yeah. Now I think we need to start to put in the database some real action location. Otherwise, I think will be, well, we can create a new one. Maybe we can create a new one. We can create a new one from the UI. So to create a new one, let me see to create a new one what we need, because anyway we will need one to test. So when we create a new action location, we will go anyway through handle map action, right? We will go through this function, and it will be the save message. So we'll go through this. We'll go through this, and okay, we'll check the mandatory fields. We'll check this stuff, and then it will update all our yeah. So this thing I think is working already. Yeah. I think the save may be already working. So if we call, okay. The only problem is that for the save, I need the query, right? So I need to query, open up, and save, and give it a name and give it an ID. The ID is never shown. Yeah. So in the add edit, the ID is not there. So we still need to create this UI, which allows us to create action locations. But at the moment, I think this part is good, so I still need to delete this. You see that I have to delete it manually. If you are new to the channel, just remember to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, so that you will know when I'm live the next time, and this will help me a bit, because the more people we have following, the more perks we get from the different platforms, right? And also will allow me to have more viewers, and more viewers means other viewers will join and things like that. So it's a kind of a chain of events. There are all these warnings, by the way. There are a million warnings for shadowing of variables. So variable hiding the declaration of another variable. So all of those should be cleared up one day. If any of you has the time and the willingness to do it, we can, and wants to go through all of those, can give you access to the code, and you can go and fix all of them. It's basically just a matter of changing the name of the local variable that doesn't clash with the name of a global one. It's only that, so it's pretty simple to do, but it's a bit annoying, you know, because it's a lot of repetition. Okay, so what we want to do, now we want to receive in our PlaneShift player controller the right message and display it, right? So now, yes, you see we have more parameters. We have the real item, we have the action ID, and all of that. So we need the same parameters here. So we need two new parameters. One will be action ID, which is an integer, and then we will have another parameter which will be a real item, what is called. Let's keep the same name, real item, and this one is a pointer to PS item actor. PS item actor, okay, and yeah, this one just goes here, this one goes here, and then okay, then when we are here, so here we are now on the client side. Now in the show interact window, I think we need to add these parameters because yeah, I think we need to add these parameters. By the way, this part of the graph is a bit of a mess, but interact animation in, interact animation out. These are just the two animations. Maybe we can split it in a separate graph so that it's not too busy. So we can take these two and put them as just trying to make it a bit more readable. Because it is an interact animation in, interact animation out. These are just the two functions that are managing the small animation that you see that pops up the interact UI. So then we can have interact UI animations, right? Which, by the way, I think they could be done in a different way, but it's okay. It is how we did it at that time. Could be done differently in a more simple way. Hello, Tony. Welcome. So, okay, so we just played that one, and this one is a bit simpler now. Let me see what is all of this. Update interact window visibility. What is this thing? Get mount position. Yes, because it is when you are moving the mouse out of the window, it basically disappears after some time. So, okay, I understand. I understand. So, also this one I think can be a separate graph, by the way. This thing is a bit of a mess. Let me see if I can simplify it somehow. Player controller get mouse scale DPI position. This is trying to find out if my mouse is outside of the window and is updating. It has two checks. So these two checks here. Just trying to simplify the code somehow, but yeah, but this check is important, so I think we need to keep it as it is. What we could do to make it look a bit simpler is to move this and make this calculation as part, of the graph. Yeah, and this one probably looks a bit better. Something like that. Something like that. So this one is the graph, which I think we can also exclude from this part. So it is the graph that is managing. So let's say if mouse goes out of window of interact window, then hide the window, hide the interact window, right? So there is this function which very simply does that. Then okay, so finally we got to the place where we want it to be, which is this part of the code, right? Which I will move all to the left, all back to the left. So we simplified it quite a bit. There's all of this, which I have no idea what is it, but it's the construct of the window. There are pieces all around, I don't know why. This is the construct, no, this is the construct of the WT container actually. Okay. So I think these three pieces can go below this guy. And that, because that one is the main, is the real main graph. This one, because it's the construction of the WT container, W container. So this one, I don't know why here is going outside. Player controller widget, get a widget of class, set win skill drive widget of class, get a win on quest. I don't know what it's doing here. No idea. But anyway, let's include it for now. There is a resize and reposition. Okay. And it is our interact window. So I'm just trying to clean up a bit the code because it's really messy. Really, really messy. In the bat file, instead of using ueditor.exe, use EU4 editor Win64 debug game to launch your project. Very interesting. Because at the moment I'm using at the moment I'm launching it with ueditor.exe, right, which is the original one. You are saying launch it with ueditor64 debug game exe, but do I have this one anywhere? I mean, is getting compiled here? No. So I don't think I have that. Because actually I compile the editor in development mode and the game in debug game mode. So it's a bit quicker, No, I understand, but I don't have the editor. I understand what you mean. I really understand what you mean. But this means that I will need to have my Unreal Engine compiled, I guess, with debug game, right? Which I don't think I have. I think I have. If I order by type, maybe. No, actually, I have it. 122. EU editor Win64 debug game. Actually, I have it. I have this thing. Okay. I can try. I can try. So you think this one will use the same they come with it, but this means that it will be a bit slower because it's a debug compile or not. I don't know, maybe not, but okay, that's perfect. I mean, if this works, this is perfect because it means I can finally get rid of that freaking DLL which is haunting me since ever, and this one, and it will just go with debug game, right? That is what you're saying. Well, I cannot do it now because I have the editor open, but no, in theory I can because the editor. But why then the editor is? Yes, because now I launched the other one. Yeah. Okay. Let me try. Um, so in theory, this one is not needed anymore. If I launch it with the debug game, that's a very good thing. So if I launch, I already saved the new bat file. It's not asking anymore. This is very good. I will thank you a lot. This is very nice, very nice because this means that I don't have to compile and spend time compiling that, which at the end I'm not using. Let me maybe check in those three because I don't want to lose this change. I think this change is good. So remember to use either debug game to launch your exe. Okay, that's very good. So we can finally avoid recompiling the DLL over and over, which was just a waste of time. Actually, it was a big waste of time for me because I recompiled it a million times, and it was just the fact that I was using the other exe file. Thank you a lot. That saved me a lot of time because, well, few minutes. But if you take few minutes multiplied by hundreds of times that I'm recompiling, it becomes so much. Becomes so much time. Okay, so we were inside the show interact window, right? So show interact window, we were trying to clean up this code because it was really messy, and in particular, I don't know what is set1, set2. Are they getting called ever, or I think not, but anyway. So show interact window, yes. That is doing this thing, displaying interact window at position. Okay, setting up the UI interact buttons, and Okay, so this is where we do the setup of the buttons, which is what we want to do also for our window. Now the point will be, the way it works is the following: if he finds an action location, then it pops up the menu. If it does not find it, then it tries to create a new one, right? So I'm just thinking if in our action manager, when we process the matches, right, when we find the result, when we launch the examine operation, yes, it's all here. So we will have two different calls. This one is when we find it, the other one is when we don't find it. When we don't find it, we still have all that commented, big chunk of commented code, which is this one, which we still have to port. This one we still have to port, but it's basically the creation of a new one based on the right click in the window. Okay, good. So when we show the interact UI button, so we need to pass in, right, we need to pass in the action location ID. Because selected object is not enough anymore. Well, actually I could pass in the real item on this one. Yes, I think this one is good. Then I need to pass in my options and my action ID. Maybe it would be better to call it action location options, because options is a bit generic, but yeah, on this one I think I will call it action location options. So on this one we will add new parameters. One is action location ID, and the next one will be action location options, right? Which are two integer numbers. Yes. Now if this one is not -1, I think this one we can set as -1 when we are not. So let me see what this is called. Find references. Okay, there are few places where we call this. So this should all be -1 when we are not in a situation of an action location, right? Okay, perfect. So we have it everywhere except here and here. Okay, good. So we have this done. Now we are on the client side. We are inside the W container, and we are showing the interact window. Okay, so the trick is inside of this function here, which is set up interact UI buttons, which is deciding which buttons are going to the screen. And this means that I need to pass in these two parameters as well also to this one. Yeah, there's no way. I need to, or I set it on my W container. No, it's not. It's a bad idea. I just pass it in here. Okay, it's fine. So I need to expand this function with two new parameters. One is action location ID, and the other is action location options. Right? I can save this. Now we want to be sure again that everything is -1, you know, when we are calling this from other places, because we don't want to mess up. You know, we don't want to mess up. So let me search. Let me search this everywhere and see if should be only here. Huh? Yeah, in fact, it's only here. Yeah, it's only here. It is the only place where we call it. So, considering we pass in as -1, we can just connect. We can just connect and connect, right? And so we will have inside this function our information. Okay, so we are here. So we are setting up the buttons now. It is where all the magic happens. Why sometimes I'm not just keeping the things in line? This is where all the magic happens, because here we are switching on types, and you see that the object type will be well, I'm not 100% sure of this. The object type is coming from here. Yeah, we set it here, right? Interact action location. Okay, so it knows there is an action location, so it can switch on this. And so here we need to create a new graph similar to this one. The big issue here that we have is that the action location can have a really big number of options, right? So what we need to do, we need to figure out first we need to decode our action location options, right? So this is what we need to do. So can we try to just make bit mask? I mean, if I make this integer a bit mask, what happens then? Can I check it for can I switch on it? Can I decide the pins? No. I cannot decide the pins. Make bit mask. What can I do on a bit mask? Variables. I can do bitwise AND, bitwise OR, bitwise NOT. So if I do AND with my yeah, which is what I was doing in the vitals, right? I was doing exactly the same thing. Well, actually I tried, but then I didn't do it. Why? Because it was not needed. You see this make bit mask, then I didn't use it. I think I used the integer directly. I used the integer with the AND and checking if it was one of this. And if it was one of those, I was branching. And if it was true, can I have it in a sequence? Maybe I like it more than a loop on this shit, because okay, but anyway, it's the same. If I do it on a sequence or I do it on a loop, just because on a sequence I can see better the numbers, here I have to switch again. I think it's okay. So I make an array like this. By the way, if I had put a description, probably would have been easier. I think it's okay. I think I can do the same. Can I do the same? So we need to decode our bitmap. So make bitmap seems not to be needed for some reason. Okay, so I didn't do it there. I don't want to do it again. So if I take this option and I do an end on an array which is made of my values, where my values are 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, whatever. Why the 2 is missing here? Hundred and 156, 512, 1024, etc. 2048. Okay. So actually I could have just copy pasted from the one top to the one at the bottom. Okay. So in theory this is my array. I do a for each loop of this thing, and I compare. So when I'm decoding my action location thing, right? And actually I want to check, well, for sure I want to print it out because I want to see what is coming client side, but then I do this end between that and the element, and then I do a branch on what I was doing. I was doing an end, and then the end I was putting it into a condition. So this will result in a yes or no. Convert to Boolean. Okay, so this will result in a yes or no. So Boolean, and then branch. Okay. And then the element is the one that I use for the switch, right? Oh my god, I'm switching on string. Holy moly. I'm switching on string, boys. You believe it? Because I think that there is no way to switch on integer given the numbers you want. Yeah, that's not really great, but we will live with that for now. It's not really great, but what we were using the selection, the array element, the array element converted to a string. Okay. All this mess only because it doesn't allow us to do the bit flags more than 10 elements, which is pretty stupid. I mean, it's a pity that doesn't allow us to do that. Okay, then we switch. Then if it's true, so if it's one of those, we switch on that. We convert, so we know which one it is, right? We know which one it is. Now the problem I have is that our list is insanely long. Our list is a super list. Is a super list. Is this thing? Look at that. I can. By the way, I think I can copy it and put it like in the description of this, so at least we have a reference, At least we have a reference. For now, let's just go for the first. What are here? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have 14 elements. So we arrive up to here. Examine anyway is number 2, so it's the one that we need. So we can extend it later, but the one that we need is just the number 2, so I think it'll be pretty easy to detect. Okay, so let's say the number 2 is coming in. Now what do we do at this point? Because we need, now basically we need to set up the buttons based on the options that are coming there. So for each one I will, so if examine is needed, that would be a mess, bro, because this is all logic, you know, where to position the different buttons. Get description was number 5. Okay, so for now let's do it simple, okay? Let's not become crazy for this at the moment. Let's just do it simple and then we will expand, because there are some cases in which you have so many buttons that you have to rearrange the buttons based on how many you have, and this is something that we cannot consider yet here, so we will have to do like a second pass, but for now let's go just with a single pass. Okay, so this is the description window. Why messed up? Okay. Okay. So what this is doing is basically adding the examine icon and connecting that icon to the get description UI of the object. Okay, so that's the only thing that it's doing. And this we will do it only if we are at number 2, which I think is okay anyway. So which will be the one that we get from the code. So then we will have to do all the others. Okay, so but for now let's just do the examine. Well, then we also have the close. The close, where is the close? The close is number 4, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's the 7th element. So it's the 64. So the 64 we should add the close button, which is this one. I know it looks a bit like a mess, but actually it is a mess. So, okay. So if the flags comes to us saying that we need, so in this case we need an examine and a close, okay, which is what we are sending at the moment for action locate, for simple action locations, and so that's why I selected those two. Now for more complex action locations we may have enter, close, open, use, construct, build, whatever. So would be expanded later on a lot, but at the moment I think it's fine to have it like this. I think it's pretty much fine to have it like this. But we need to know which kind of number is coming to us, because this int, we need to print out this number that is coming to us, because I'm pretty sure the first time will be wrong. So let's add a printout. Wait. Let's start a printout here, okay? Temporarily. And what I want to print out, action location setup, and well, let me put in a band. Action location setup, and then we print out our number. Our number is this guy. Okay. Yeah, it is a bit messy, but we will clean it when we remove this print. Okay, so are we ready to test it? I don't think so, but well, we would be ready to test it only if we were in the right spot and we had actually an action location defined. But I think we can define it on the database, you know. So I can go in game and correct. Okay, so sorry, someone was messaging me. Um, so let's do this. Let's so we compile this, we save this, we so let's go in game, and if I right click, I want to see the face index. What I want to see, I want to see the mesh name, the mesh name. I think with the mesh name we are fine already because we, even if we don't use the polygon, I think the mesh name would be enough, right? Let me see the database a second. If we use select examine, okay, so these are the simple ones. Select examine without the script, right? This is the simplest ever, so without the script. So what does it need? You need the sector name and the name of the mesh, nothing else. Nothing else. So this one we can already do easy. So we can add a new, or we can change this one. I think. Yeah, we can change this one. I just need the name of the object, name of the mesh. Let me see how the name of the mesh is coming out when I click on it. Okay. I think we should have the printout. When I right click, yeah, we should have the printout of the name. So we can take that name and put it in the database. So it will be loaded at the beginning, and then we debug the whole thing. Just give me a second. I go to the bathroom. One second. Do I have a be right back? I think I have a be right back. Ah, you have it. Look at that. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So what we want to do, by the way, I can show you that the action list is working already, which is nice, because I tested it and it was okay. So if I open the GM window, let me just go full screen. If I open the GM, by the way, I also added the window command because I needed it to actually show the GM console, the GM window. So if I do show GM, this window pops up. I'm sorry there is not background yet because I didn't do it, but there is no background, so maybe I can look at something that is. Holy shit! What is going on? What are all these traces? Because we added trace in mouse move. No idea. Why we have all these traces now? I added the traces somewhere. What the hell? Did I? Okay. Apparently we did. Okay. But if I click on actions, you see that the actions are already loaded from the database. So here you will see the same actions that are defined in the database. There's a bit of a mess here in the UI, but okay. So and you can click on one and such. So what we have to enable, we have to enable the add new, the edit, the delete, and all of these buttons, right? So which we don't have yet, but at least the what the hell is all these traces? Okay, we'll find out why. Then the point was, if I right click anywhere, why is saying out of range? I think we messed up something, boys. He's always saying out of range. I think we messed it up something on the right click. Because it's 4 meters from the camera, I think. It's not 4 meters from me. Okay. Can I just understand why this line trace, right? This line trace complex, for duration, trace color red, is this one, 5 seconds. It stays 5 seconds, right? And then it goes away. I think so. Yeah, it stays like 5 seconds and then it goes away. So it's this trace. Why this trace is called continuously? Why this trace is called continuously? That's a good finding though, because before when we didn't have the trace displayed, we didn't know, but now we know. This trace is called continuously for some reason. Who the hell said it has to be called continuously? Who said that? By the way, trace is a very bad name. We should name it something. Let me rename this function because trace, bro, we'll never find it. There is a trace for interact. What is it? Trace interact. Let's call it. Okay. Trace interact. Okay, now it's a bit easier to search, I guess. What? Trace interact is in use by another variable of function. Okay. No. Update outline. What is this thing? Ah, I remember now. Yeah. It is something I was wondering already, and I was saying, why this thing is getting called continuously, right? And I think it's for the outline of the selected object, but I don't think we need to call it continuously. You see, it's called, this is 1/6 of a second is sticking, and it's calling this update outline continuously, which I don't understand why we do this. It's doing a trace in front of me, and then it's doing all these freaking checks. And then he's checking if the actor under cursor is the same as the one we already selected. And then he's doing all of that, and then he's drawing the outline. I think this code is crazy. It's been done by someone else, by the way, not by me. But I don't understand why we are doing this every 1/6 of a second. Where is this coming from? I mean, why we need to do this continuously? I mean, when you click on someone, okay, when you click on someone, you set the effect on him, and that's it. And it's done once. It should not be done continuously like here. What happens if can I select someone now in game or no? I cannot, you see? So that thing is actually used somehow. Because you see that now I cannot select this guy anymore. So that thing is actually used. So it's actually doing something. And now that I changed it, it's doing something in a bad way because I restricted the range. I think I need to pass in a variable which is the distance to it. Yeah, the distance. I think this one should be a parameter, and yeah, let's make it a parameter because otherwise I think I'm doing a mess here. Distance, so this will be the distance, the trace distance, trace distance. This will be a float. I don't really need a float, but let's keep it as a float. So this will be like this, and so trace. Let's call it trace. Trace under mouse, okay? Trace under mouse because this is what it's doing actually. Trace under mouse, okay. So I need to then we need to investigate why we are calling the trace every second, because that's not good, that makes no sense to me. Maybe there is a reason, but I don't get it why we need to have that function called continuously just to select a person. I mean, that makes no sense. So whenever update the outline, I think this one has to be way bigger. So this is the selection range. So the selection range, I think it can be 2000, so 20 meters. I think 2000 is good. When we are selecting for our mouse trace, I think it should be only the 400 that I was doing before, right? Okay, so I think that's good. So I think that now it will work. Now, do we want to investigate why we are calling that function continuously or no? No, let's not do it now. Because if we do it now, we will stop the work that we are doing on the thingy. So the only problem I was saying is that 400, if it starts from the camera, yeah, because unfortunately this one is starting from the camera and then is going through that. Now, how can I have a distance which is smarter than this? Because the camera, the camera can be in very different positions. Well, I think I can trace anyway, and then I can evaluate the distance from the hero, right? From the player character. Yeah, maybe I can do that. So this distance can be way higher, I think. Um, Instead of 400, I think can still be like 10 meters or so. And then let's do 1000. Or even 15 meters. But then when I'm inside of this, I should check. So this one is the distance to trace from camera point, because that's the problem, right? It is doing it from the camera point, and then after we did the trace and we get a hit, we can decide here if we wanted to consider a hit based on the distance from this location to the character position. So I can do a get actor location, and I can do this one minus whatever, minus this location, and see if this one is greater than um, I need the length, and then I check if this one is greater than whatever, for example 400, right? So this will return 8 or not based on the interact distance, which is this one. Now we'll have to move all these numbers to variables or something to but for now it's okay. I think because you're offering to show the highlight. I'm not offering to show the highlight, that's exactly the point. So when you click on an NPC, the highlight stays there until you click on someone else. I think maybe originally the guy that did it was thinking to move it, yes, based on the mouse movement. So when you mouse over, he highlights, and when he goes away, it doesn't highlight. But this is not the way it's working at the moment. The way it's working at the moment is that you click on a guy, and the highlight stays in that place. Then you click on another guy, and the highlight goes away. But if you just move the mouse, it does not goes away. So that's why I'm wondering why. I think is coming from the old implementation or something. But I'm wondering why we have this line trace called continuously, which makes no sense. This draw outline function. The problem is that I don't know if I want to go here and start to understand it, but all these branches, there is no documentation or comments, so I don't know what it's doing. It's updating outline every 6 times a second. It's going through this function. It's doing the trace under the mouse. Okay. Then if it's different, if it's not self, so it doesn't want to do self. By the way, we are already excluding self from the trace, so this check is totally useless because trace under mouse is already ignoring self, as you can see. So this check is totally useless. Maybe I could even remove it. Then this check is totally useless. We can remove it. Because if it's false, what does it do? if it's false, is checking the current actor under cursor. If it's valid, is drawing an outline. I don't know, boys. I don't want to. Let's leave it as it is. I don't want to do it now. We are doing something else. I think if I go into this logic, which to me is crazy logic, I will lose myself for the next 1 hour. So let's leave it as it is. For now, it's doing a trace that we don't need. But it is like the old game when you hover over objects like other day without clicking. Now the old game is like the old game. The old game, when you click on something, you select it. Then you click on something else and you select it. But it is the click that is moving the shadow, that is moving the highlight. It's only the click moving the highlight, not the mouse over, not the mouse movement. Also, because when you select someone, then maybe you have to use your mouse to click on your UI, So it cannot be based on the mouse movement or the mouse over. It's impossible. Okay, so we will have to change this. So I can put a comment. Check this. Should not be done. Should not be done every tick. The outline is set once you click on the actor, on the target actor. Okay. So this is very stupid and very broken, but it has to be fixed. I don't know why we do it, but it's okay. If I remove it, I'm not able to select people anymore. So because I think the first one probably is handled this way as well, So the first one is handled through this function as well. So okay, let me see if now we have a proper click, because now I increased the sides by the length by a lot, so it's now doing 15 meters and 20 meters. Okay, so we go here. You see there are all these traces going around, but yeah, that's fine. Oh my god. So if I right click on anything, why are you always saying out of range? Okay, now it did it. No, it didn't do it. It did it for a second and then just something weird is happening, boys. Something weird is happening here. Out of range, out of range, out of range. What the hell? I can print out the length, but out of range, out of range. Hold on. What is this? Everything is out of range, but sometimes right click on item 0. No, it's always out of range. It means that the distance between the location and my character is more than 4 meters. But it should not be, because we get a hit, right? So here we are getting a hit. Let me see if I do it more in the distance, like this. Yeah, like here we are not getting hits, right? So we are getting hits. I'm a bit confused, boys. I don't know really. Why? Trace mouse under cursor. Okay, get player controller, mouse convert to workspace, word location, word direction, multiply by whatever I passed in. I passed in 1500, right? Which is 15 meters. And he's doing the line trace, he's doing this, he's ignoring self, and he's getting a hit. Actually, we see the hit because we see that square, red square thing, you know? We see that red square thing. Then what we do? Then we get the actor location. We subtract it by... We get the actor location. We subtract it by the hit location, right? Location I think is the same as impact point. And we see the length. If the length is greater than 400, now why I said greater than? It should be lower than. Fuck. So if I go far away, it will work. Yeah, if you go far away, it works. Okay, so I just messed up. Okay, I just messed up less than and greater than. So it should have been greater than, but fine. So if I right click here, so that more than 4 meters from me, he actually says right click on fix 17, which is probably the name of this thing. Item, hit item 665, okay, which is the face, I guess. If I do it on this one, fix 17, fix 24, fix 24, fix 24. So this is fix 24. Okay, so if we add an action location on fix 24, which is this thing, right? I think it will work okay. If I go too close, unfortunately it doesn't work. It says out of range just because I fucked up the minus and greater than. But it's fix 24. That is just the name of the item. Okay, good. So let me change the greater than and less than. So it should be less than 400. And this should go here. And this goes here. And that's it. Okay. Then, so basically now, if we add in the database, right? If we change the name of this thing to fix24, which is our action location, it should find it in theory. Now, my suggestion would be to go debug mode server side, because we never executed this code. It's the first time we execute it, and I guess it will be really, really fucked up at the beginning. No, I hope not, but it will be kind of, you know, what is plane shift game state? No, I want my plane shift player controller. Why game state? No. Okay, so we are entering in request map action location. So we are entering here. Actually, if you look at the server side, the server log, there should be this request. Let me see. Yes, it is. You see, request map action location 1 ID 0. So 1 request map action location 1. Well, this one was probably the request for the UI, no? Because this will never work, huh? Action info to string. The ID. Okay, no, it's fine. I think it's fine. One is our query. One is our query, right? If I go under messages, one is query. Perfect. Okay, good. Yeah. So we are already going through that code. So we are going through this. We are going inside of this. So we will follow it. Okay, we will follow it and see what it's doing. It is like the old game when you override. I forget less. Yeah, less. Yes, should be less than. Should really be less than. Okay, let's see. Okay, this one is up, so we can start the client. Now the server will load all the action locations. I don't know if it's printing out the fact that it's loading those action locations, but I think it is somewhere here. I think it is. Maybe you can even search it. And now the log is another log, but okay. So let's go and see. Let's go in debug mode and see what happens. Then I also have to go dinner, eh? It's 8. Okay. So if I right click here, nothing happened. Now because maybe I'm too far out of range. Okay, fine. So let's debug the whole thing. Even if the client will time out, it's okay. So we are entering in handle map action, and our action info is the following. So he has an NPC room, which is okay. He has fixed 24, and he also has the polygon, by the way, which is 29. Okay, we don't care about it, but he also has the position. So he has all the information that we need, right, to sort it out. And the type is query. So he goes inside of this. He goes inside under query message. Perfect. Is going inside. Why? No, trigger type. I mean, trigger type I don't have. Why? You want me to pass in trigger type select? Okay. I can pass it in. I was not passing in trigger type because it's actually technically not needed, but it seems that he really needs it. Otherwise, it doesn't do the job. Okay. Unluckily. So we need to do a change. It's not a big change, it's a small change, but it seems you want to have in the trigger type when we are sending the request. Where is that? Where is that, please? That is inside of here somewhere. Right click. Where is the right click? PS character, mouse and keyboard. Action. Okay, zero. Mouse select and trace and whatever. Yes, it's inside of that. Okay, trigger type we have to do select. Okay, because for some reason the server side code is assuming that is taking that as a request, right? It's taking that as a request. Okay, fine. Let's launch it again. Isn't it beautiful that like in a millisecond I change a value in the blueprint and my server is kind of picking it up? I mean, it's saving a U asset which then is getting interpreted by this thing, and it knows that I changed that. That's insane. It's insane, boys. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the fact you cannot handle more than you intake is a bit lame, I have to say. I don't know why, really. I don't understand it. Okay, we click here. Let's go. We are inside of this. Yes, query message. Yes. This one, trigger type. Yes. Handle select query. Maybe we can just put a breakpoint here now, because the next time we can just jump directly here. So what he's trying to do now is to do the match. He's trying to match my click with the database of action locations. So the first thing he's trying to get is an hash key, which is trigger type, sector name, and mesh name, which actually should have. So the result is this freaking hash key, which is like 1 and 0fix24, yes. And now it's searching inside the database to see if he found it, and obviously didn't find anything. That's not very good. He didn't find anything. Why? Action location list. In theory, there are 4 loaded. I know why. You see, because he has the number instead of the thing. Okay. I think the number is better because it's shorter, right? So, okay. So I understand the bug is not a problem. Very easy to fix. When he's building the hash key, we should cast it to int instead of taking the name. Where is that? There it is. Get trigger as type. Okay, let's stop everything anyway, because we have a small change to do. Get trigger as type. Now I want to get the trigger and get a trigger type and then cast it to int. Exactly. Can I do this? No? Fuck. Okay. Okay. I have to do it like this, huh? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. We can do this. Obviously, I need to do the same everywhere, because it means that our hash key now is different. So you have to be sure. But anyway, there are 3 places. It's the removal, the addition, and the search. So these are exactly the 3 places I have, right? So I think it should be fine. It should be fine like this. Okay, go. So I close everything. I close it because I don't need it. Because so it recompiles. So let's recompile this. and see what is going on. Meanwhile, it compiles. Let's see an update of the coronavirus. How is coronavirus going in my area? How is it? How is it? Where do I have it? I have it here. I have it there. I don't know where I have it. I have it here. Let me see. Let me see. 17,000 positive. About 2,000 healed up. 1,400 dead. Holy shit. 21,000 positive. Holy moly. Freaking holy. This area is a bit of an issue. 305. I'm living around here. So my area is still low. So but it's still 305. This area is a freaking mess, bro. So yeah, it's not very good, unfortunately. It's not very good. Anyway, so it succeeded. So let me launch it, debug now. So now it should find, in theory, it should find the key, right? You should find the right key and continue with the code. Yeah, the point is that we never executed this code, so that's why we are a bit in trouble. It takes a bit of time. Okay, starting up. Meanwhile, I was checking for dinner what I need to cook. So this is started up. Okay, so let's launch the client. Sector name, because in the old plane shift we had the concept of sectors. Sector was basically an area. So in our map, so imagine we have our main city, with the tower, right? I know it looks like a tree, but it's okay, with all the different houses and such. Then we had a big road going to the Grand City. Okay, the Grand City will be like Stonehenge. And then we had another big road going to the Ojaveda Towers, right? And the Yankee people with their tents, and so what we were doing, we're basically splitting the map by what we call sectors. So this city was a sector and was called like Gugronted. This road was another sector and was called Road to Gugronted, whatever. This was another sector which was the plaza. This was another sector which was the road, and this was another sector which was the city of Ojaveda, right? So it was divided in sectors. We were using sectors for different purposes. One purpose was the weather system, because you want to have, in certain areas of the map, different weather, and so we were checking if the character was inside a sector, and if we were deciding that in this city was raining, everyone in this city was seeing the rain, right? We were using sectors also for culling visibility, and things like that, but it is probably not something to touch, because it was actually not really the case, because when you were at the border it was seeing it through portals. But anyway, yeah, there was also that, but let's not confuse you on that. But it was used also for visibility somehow. And then what it was used for, well, in general was used for for extraction. For example, for action locations, when you have the list of action location, it was giving you only the list of action location in your sector, in the sector where you were in, right? So only in this sector. Now, unfortunately, in Unreal Engine there is not this concept, so we have streaming levels, and so streaming levels for us is basically a map of squares, right? It's basically a map of squares, which is a bit annoying, but so what we can do, I think with Unreal Engine, what we will do, I posted several questions on how can I get the position of the character in the streaming level, but no one is answering me. So if you search streaming levels, you will find me, because Unreal Engine, how to know position of character in streaming level, something like that. I think I you know, there is so many people that want to know how to know where you are. Now, my final take on this will be very simple. You know, I will do it by freaking coordinates. So I think I will check where is my player compared to the coordinates I know. My sectors are distributed, right? So I think I will do it like this at the end, because no one is freaking answering to that question. No one knows. If you know, that would be nice, but no one knows. If you try to get the level name, is just returning the parent level name, so the name of the parent level, not the level where you are. So it seems that Unreal is not keeping track of where you are between levels. That's an easy question. Okay. If you know the answer, it will be good, but there are dozens of people on the internet asking how. You know, no one answered properly to this question. No one. No one. Because I think when you cross one streaming level, Unreal Engine is not storing that information. It's only based on the coordinates. So I think I have to do it on the coordinates. Yeah, there is many ways, but I don't know. I mean, the coordinates to me is one way. Okay, and the problem is that the streaming level is not always, like in the world composition, divided by square. You know, so you can have a streaming level which is inside maybe another level. I don't know. So, but there are plenty of posts about that. How to know current streaming level. You know, if you do get streaming level is not that. Get current level name is not that, because get current level name you will send him to me later. Okay, because there seems to be no way. Getting current stream level. You see this one? Hello, I'm trying to work, blah blah blah. This guy gives this solution, which is just splitting the level name, and here is my answer. My answer is not correct, because it's not answering. Then this guy is saying, I don't know, no one has a good solution. Level bound. So you mean that when you create a streaming level, automatically creates a level bound, and you can check about the level bounds? Okay, that would be good. If there is already a level bound, but again, it's a coordinate check, which is okay to me. I have no problem with coordinate check. Okay, so we go here and we click. We get it stopped already. Why stopped already? Fix 17. No, fix 17 we don't need. We need fix 24. Hello? What happened? Why I cannot click on this anymore? Okay. Okay, fix 24, Fix 24. Fix 24. Okay, let's see. Let's go directly. I can remove this breakpoint, by the way. Let's go directly to the handle query. Yes, here. Okay, let's see if we find our hash key now should be fine. Let me see if in our IL list 19 seems a lot. What do you mean 19? No, it's 4. Yeah, it should be this one. Okay, so now we should find it. Now I think he will find it. Yes, 1, he found it. Nice, he found it. So he found the action location. He knows there is an action location. He's finding the first one. Now he's trying to do the match. So he's trying to match. He's trying to match through the search. Okay, so let me see what he's matching. Didn't match it. Why didn't match it? Okay, PT. Real PT. Let me try to redo it if I can. So the action location is okay. For some reason it didn't match. Can I go inside of this without crashing everything? Yeah, it's going through. So compare null. No, but this is null. Why this is null? This is not a good idea. What is this search thing? Action location, new PS action location of action info. Yes. Why is coming in as null? I don't get it. Should not be null. Because I was still on the first line. Okay, good. Yeah, I see it. So let me see what it does. So it's matching on sector name and mesh. Okay. Compare sector name equal to sector name and compare mesh name equal to mesh name. Actually, these are all identical. So it should go through this. Exactly. He should say that he found the result. Yes, exactly. Now he's checking for polygon. Unfortunately, the polygon we didn't set in the database. So it's saying if polygon is different than 0. Yeah, so he's skipping this check. Okay, good. If position is not 0. Okay, so he's skipping this check as well. If position instance is not instance all, this I have no idea what it means. Our position instance is invalid, so I think it's going through this. There is a problem. But still, we have a match, right? No, it's returning 0. Yeah, this is what is fucking up our things. Position instance. Position instance is -1. Yeah, it's -1. I know. Or I temporarily remove this check, or we keep it. What is this instance all, by the way? Instance all is ffffffffffffffff. So what he's trying to do here? He's trying to say that if my position instance is different than that, so if I basically saying if I specified an instance, no, I did not specify an instance. Why it has a number? It should be null. I mean, if the instance is null, I didn't initialize it, huh? I think I did not initialize that variable and it's messing me up now. Let me just check. This one is inside position instance. Position instance is 0, but position instance in my, where am I here? Inside PS action location. I'm inside PS action location. Which is the one that I have found. PS action location. This one is the one that I have found with the search, right? Yes. So it's the one that I added to the database. Okay. Yeah, position instance has a crazy number. I think it's -1, by the way. But position instance is a crazy number in the initialization of PS action location. Okay, let's go and check, because I think when we are initializing this, PS action location. Actually, we set it as instance alt, so this thing is an instance ID. This thing is an instance ID. An instance ID is a uint32t. I mean, it's something very stupid. For sure will not be identical to the one that I set myself coming from the editor. I think we should destroy this type def and just use int, because it's I don't know why we do this. I don't know why we are using a type def for instance ID, because this is kind of messing up my life then. If I remove now instance ID, I tell you, so many parts of the code will break, because instance ID I think is used in so many places. Unsigned int. So it's checking if it's different than this. So can we just freaking put it as an int and set this as -1 and that's it? I mean, why we need to do this weird thing with the uint32? I don't get it. Can we just set it as -1 and having a normal int and then comparing it with what is coming in. Now, what will come in from the editor, right? What will come in from the editor, I think, will be I need to check. I don't remember exactly what is coming in from the editor. I cannot remove the instance ID because it will mess up, the code. So I don't want to do that. So position instance is 0 here. We should set it as -1. The problem is, how do we remember, that everywhere we do this thing, we should set the instance as -1. We don't want to consider the instance. I have the feeling I'm going to forget about this. But yeah, if we put it as -1 here, how many other places though? Because it's maybe everywhere. Because 0 is actually a valid instance. That's the problem. So I cannot set it as 0 because 0 is a valid instance. So it was bailing out for that reason. And why we did it as a U unsigned int32, I think the original idea was to save a bit of bandwidth, that just by compressing every possible. But anyway, 32 is too much because we never used, never have, thousands of instances. But those type defs are coming from there. So now we set it as -1, which is anyway a valid value, and we compare it with the -1 that is coming through. So if it's the same, it should skip that check that we have seen before, and it should finally return one result, and for that one result trying to go to the client side, right? Holy shit. What? Why now this is coming up? Instance ID int32t. Oh my god, because we have one overloaded method which is taking exactly the same parameters. Cannot believe it. But no, in theory, no, because it is instance ID. What do you mean ambiguous call to function? Ambiguous call to function where one has int32t and string, and the other has float instance ID. What the freaking hell? What do you mean ambiguous call? Yes, string. Yes, sector. Okay, the first one is sector. The second is location, which is the same between the two. The third one is the Y rotation. Okay. And the third one, because the third one is, and the others are default, that's why. So this one, it doesn't know if it's an instance ID. Okay. Because this one is load delay. Load delay, which is an integer. So the fact there was an unsigned int helped us because it was differentiating in this function. So annoying. So annoying. And it cannot differentiate because it's coming in as an integer. This is not easy to fix, huh? It is not easy to fix. These are actually two different functions, I guess. These functions are doing nothing at the moment. These functions are doing nothing at the moment. You know what? I think I will comment out this one for now. With you fix me. Commented for parameter clash, how you want to call it, parameter b equals ambiguous. Let me try like this. I will just remove the second one. So anyway, those are empty, so that this function are not implemented at the moment. Is the teleport, which by the way I would like to implement soon because I think we need to teleport around as GMs mainly. So okay, let's recompile. I will do this last test, and I think I will go to dinner. But yeah, I would like to see, that defines the action is trying to send it client side. It would be a good result. That would be a very good result. I think we did good progress. I mean, why is taking so much? No idea. I think we did kind of good progress because we are in between of this, right? This load action when clicking on tab and then clicking on yeah, exactly. At the moment what I'm doing is another one which is not listed here, which is right click on map and display context menu for action location. Okay, sure it's a bit long, but yeah. So this is where we are at the moment. We are working on this one, which is very important because it connects, the database part. One failed. teleport cannot convert argument 1 from I sector star to const char pointer. Why these errors are coming up now? I don't understand. So the first parameter, it cannot convert from I sector pointer to char pointer. This sector is actually a nice sector. If I remember right, all those add const char sector, but because this one is using the other one. Yeah, this one was using the one with the delay, the one that I removed. Okay, I will comment it out. I will sort it out one day. By the way, this is part of scripting, so this is like an NPC teleporting or a script that teleports you in another location, which I think, I don't even know if we're gonna use this way. Okay, succeeded. Finally. So let's launch it and see. Now, I hope I don't crash on that instance again. And this means that we'll go through, we'll find the instance, we'll find the match, return the match. So we will be in Action Manager, we will be here. So we will return with one match out of this for loop. Then we will just do this and then go to process matches. Where we want to reach is this one, which is then sending back to the client the information. This is what we want to reach. Okay. Then we absolutely, I would like to fix the draw outline because it makes no sense that it's drawing it continuously. So I need to deep dive into that draw outline and see what the hell is there. Okay, so let's go here and right click. Okay. So we skip all the part that we know that is already working. Right. Now here we want to see this is match. Now is match should come out with, it should not be stuck here. Why position instance is different than this? Why this is different? Position instance. Seems that this one is not initialized somehow. Why? Why this position instance, which is in this actual location? This one is not initialized at all. This action location is coming from this, which is coming from this, which is coming from the multi-find, which is coming from this. So it means that this one also has the same issue, I guess. Yes, exactly. This one is the one that I loaded from the database when I did the cache something. So let me check why that one has an invalid. It's not here, huh? Action location list. What do you mean? It must be. So we loaded from the outside? I don't believe it. What we call the save, maybe from the outside? What is going on? 1 second. There is a mistake somewhere. Where is the initialization of that thing? Where is the initialization? What is the begin play of this thing? Or it is game mode. I think in the game mode we were pre-login, login, init game. I think it was init game, right? Init game, init game, init game. We do all of this, yes. No, it's not here. Action manager. Come on, I can find it. I'm sure I can find it. It's not here? Okay. It's in game state then. It's in game state. Okay, repopulate action locations. Okay, this is the function that is repopulating our action location in the database and in the memory, taking it from database, and for some reason repopulate action location. Okay. So this one is doing new PS action location, okay? And this new PS action location is setting the position instance to -1. So should be -1 in the memory. Then it does this load. I think it's this load that is fucking up our life. Position instance. Get int position instance. I think this one is getting as a null. I think this one is getting out as a null. Because in our database, and it's really sad that it's fucking number. Look at that. It's really set at this freaking number in the database. Why? Why I'm doing this? Because I want to copy it also in our update table. And, what do you mean out of range? Oh my god, is an integer also here? is defined as a positive int. Not null un unsigned data type. Oh my god, it's unsigned also in the database. It's unsigned also in the database. Okay. 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 Okay, I think I go to dinner. This problem is so annoying that I need to think about it a bit on it. Hello, PSA, look at 13. Is it possible to contribute to the code? Yes, it is. It is. You should join our Discord, speak a bit with me, maybe just review a bit of what you did in the past, and then, yes, it's definitely possible. I'm searching for people that can help me. And so, yeah, if you want, you can join. Absolutely. So catch me on Discord. Our Discord, if you go to our website, which is planeshift.it, and you go under chat, there is a Discord link. Anyway, I will copy it in the chat here. So if you go to this Discord, you can find me there, and we can discuss. Why not? Anyway, I have to go to dinner, so for now I will say bye bye. And I think we did good progress, but still we are a bit stuck with this instant thing, which is just slowing us down. It's okay. We will fix it. I will probably fix it off stream, so don't worry. When we see each other, they will be done and fixed. Okay? See you next time, boys. Oh, by the way, if you want to help us, you can contribute on Patreon as well, or on PayPal. See you, bye bye.